Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny. I'm super excited to be here. We're here Tuesdays and Fridays, and today we're starting a brand new series for the brand new year that we're in. I hope you've been having lovely weeks and you're ready for the weekend. We'll be doing a SaaS, software as a service app, 2024 style, using all your favorite tools, all your favorite frameworks, or at least all my favorite frameworks. Some of them, well, all of them have appeared before 2024, but I think they've become much more popular, and it's just not just hipster stack anymore. And let me know if you're using something else in the year, if you usually use something else, or sometimes you use the tools that I'm going to be showing today. But I know that I've had many more opportunities to use these projects, these tools in projects, in production, as the years come by. We're going to be using TypeScript, because you can't go wrong with TypeScript, at least for the web. There are other languages that may help if you're just doing like ML stuff. Maybe you'll go with Python. Things like Flutter have been super popular, and that would lead you to other languages when you're doing like multi-device stuff, if you're doing web and mobile and that sort of thing. But TypeScript, sure bet, especially if you're targeting mostly web, which is what we'll be doing today. And we'll be doing SvelteKit, which has the best dev experience. Next.js also is now firmly my second favorite framework, and it has grown a lot over the past year as well. You can't go wrong with Next.js, but the dev experience with SvelteKit is just so pleasurable that I try to use it as much as possible. We'll be using Tailwind for styling, but that's less important than what you will be using for Auth and data storage. We'll be using Supabase. Many years ago, I did a SvelteKit Auth with Firebase, because Firebase is still a very good solution, a very good stack or tool to learn, because many companies are still using Firebase for their Auth, for real-time chat stuff, for their database, the Firestore, and all of that. But even back then, Supabase was on my radar as a solution for us and more. And now I do see companies that are looking for people that have Supabase experience. I do see companies that have built their service using Supabase. So getting to grips with how that works is something that will help you. I'm not sure if it's come to the point where knowing Firebase would get you as much credit as knowing Supabase. I guess it depends. If you go to a company that is using Supabase, they'll appreciate more that skill. But if they are using AWS, for example, just Amazon stuff, and you say Supabase, maybe they won't be as convinced. Maybe they'll be more convinced with Firebase and the Google stuff. Anyway, we'll have quite a lot of preamble today and quite a lot of things to talk about, because the agenda is packed. It is going to be a real app we'll be building from scratch, and we'll be trying to make it so we'll put this live and people are able to sign up into a fake doors type of thing. So we'll be promoting the product, we'll have a way for them to sign up, and then they'll be on a mailing list or a wait list or something like that. So we could theoretically land some product hunt and get people signing up, market them a little bit, and then work on the next streams to actually make the unique selling point, the USP of the app, the action functionality of the app, and then lands again in product hunt. It's a favorite pastime of mine to check out top product hunt apps and try to think before I click into the app. Is it going to be a real thing, or is it just going to be smoke and mirrors? So we'll be doing the smoke and mirrors for now, and we can launch again in like a couple of weeks where we have real functionality. Hey Paul, nice to see you in the chat. You are saying, so glad that the YouTube algorithm doesn't discriminate against the content that is allowed on this platform. Good to know that it helps your case once you leave the office smiling. Yeah, I'm sure that the algorithm has preferences for sure, but at the end of the day, if people want to watch it, then the YouTube algorithm is going to promote it. Sometimes people want to watch other engineers having fun with code and having like a positive vibe attitude. I suppose that's what led you to me. I'm not sure, you tell me. Right, so we will be building a software as a service app. I have talked about the tech stack. The important things we'll do today is TypeScript, SvelteKit, Supabase, and Resend, which is a third-party app just for the email service, because Supabase, one of the drawbacks is that you cannot really use their email service for production. You need to use a third party to handle the emails because their quota is super low. It's like 4 emails per hour or something, unusable. But that's fine because we'll go through the integration with Resend and it's all gonna be all right. And we'll start off a project that you have seen me work with in streams and videos. Check out the video on view transitions, for example, because that's what I do in real life. Every so often for streams, I will start with the SvelteKit wizard where we go to the terminal and we just scaffold a new app from scratch. I have done this a few times. You can reflect back on those streams and rewatch them if you want to see me do it again. But things haven't really changed in real life. If someone were to tell me, Johnny, here is 10K, build me this SaaS app for my idea, I would start by reusing a project that I've done in the past. Probably the latest related project. So if I really need Next.js because it has like the open graph image stuff, if I really need the dynamic image generation, I will look at my latest Next.js project. If they say it has to be React, I will look at my latest Next.js project. If they leave it open, then I will use at my latest relevant SvelteKit project. And this is the case here. It is a project that doesn't have Supabase because we want to add this for scratch just to see how integrating Supabase with SvelteKit works now. I've done many streams regarding Supabase, but this is the first one we'll do with their new SSR library that they've published last year. So that's going to be cool. And you'll see exactly what I do in real life. I pick a project, I'm like, oh, this is like similar. It has the element set up and all the styling and my opinionated additions, like, oh, this is my ESLint overrides that I add. This is my prettier overrides that I like to use. Playwright is kind of set up. Tailwind with my styles and resets is already designed. You don't need to see me do that every time and waste like 2 hours on this. I don't need to waste 2 hours setting up a new project doing this if someone is paying me to deliver their SaaS. So that's why I start off a similar project that I have. And that's what I recommend you do as well. Try to start with a SvelteKit wizard, deliver a product to someone, maybe it's going to be a static base, and then move on to something else, maybe like more of a dynamic thing with a CMS integration or Airtable integration. Start off your static side, SvelteKit side that you've built, and suddenly you have one that is talking to Airtable as well. Suddenly you have one that has the Supabase soft flow already worked out for you, and it's a huge, huge shortcut. And I think with that, we will actually start. So I find the related repo that I want to base my new app from. And the link is the description. This is open source and free. You can base your app on this. Although the benefit of me using it is that I understand everything that has gone into the decisions and why the repo looks like this. You can see actually that I based it on the Johnify website. I like starting a project like this. If you have followed the streams, and maybe you know and you are familiar with what we're doing here, but if not, don't worry, I will be explaining stuff. I guess I'm trying to say, if you see the stream, you can use this repo more easily. If not, some things may surprise you. So I've copied this link and we need to go to the terminal, which I'm using warp for this, and go to my code directory where I keep all my projects, and I will git clone the repo I've selected, but name it what I want the new app to be. So for this one, I will just name it like SaaS, just to be obvious. If you look at the repositories that I have, like you want the SaaS, like not really boilerplate, but starter, not really started, but whatever inspiration, then here it is. I think the name of the app we'll be building is going to be 10xify or something like that. and I will talk more about the product is. Oh, have I already created an app called SaaS? That's nuts. Whatever it was in there, it's gone. All right, so now that we're in there, first thing we can do is remove the existing version control, because you don't really want to see the related things that the previous repo had. You don't care all the commits they had, you're just starting from where you've been. So I'm gonna remove the version control, and then I'm gonna init version control, and then we will be using pnpm as the package manager for this. Bun is also good and a viable choice. I will be using pnpm because Bun still has like a few wiggles, and I think they might catch you out. So with that done, we may open VS Code and have a tour of what we've got. We've got a Playwright GitHub action set up already, which we will go over later. It has the navigation smoke test that I always like having as the very least in my apps. Allows me to deploy with more confidence if I know that at least users are able to go to every main link in the site. It has a VS Code extension, so if you're wondering like what VS Code plugins I have that are related to this project, here they are. Here's a few of them. Node modules we installed with pnpm. We'll have a look at the actual source code later. The vid config, I have the enhanced images plugin for SvelteKit, which I'm not sure we'll use in this app, but I'll just keep it in because you never know. Probably we'll have the mascot image somewhere. There is a TS config, which is pretty much the default you get with the SvelteKit wizard, which extends the SvelteKit TS config. I guess we need to start. We can also start the dev server so we can see what we've got. And it will create the TS config we're extending. This, we don't really need to go into it yet. What SvelteKit is setting up for us for TS for TypeScript. We have a Tailwind config, which is interesting. I am bringing in the forms package and the containers, container queries package that the Tailwind CSS already has in. So first party Tailwind library is the forms package, and the container queries one. I'll keep them because it's very likely like every app is gonna have forms, and like I just want to have the container queries ready just in case I'm gonna use them. I have this little handy helper method that takes essentially CSS variables and converts it to what Tailwind wants to see in its config. Maybe like the font family, like I will just leave the Tailwind default for now, or for once. Or this can be a CSS variable actually. I should have done it in this other project. So yeah, font family sounds correct. GitHub Copilot agrees. And let's actually open the app, see what we got. So the code is going to be similar. The actual app, probably not. Maybe the looks are going to be similar because I do like emerald and purple. But we're not really going to worry about it too much. Oof, immediately. We have the Airtable integration that we're going to remove. Let's remove it now. I was wondering what that was about. to begin with, we won't have any need for environment variables. We will be adding some when we integrate the Supabase. I won't have any weird aspect ratios here. We can keep this like purple and emerald as the colors. Let me know if you want to see different colors here. And these are my opinionated solutions to the color palette that I like to have in my app. So I have a primary color, a secondary color that are available in a few stops, a few different color stops from lighter to darkest, from darkest to lightest. I want to have a foreground color that's brand flavored for copy text and accent flavored, and I want surface colors that are brand flavored, a few options here, accent flavored. I am thinking about having like a set of grays as well, but not really sure. This is, as always, inspired with discussions with other engineers or popular libraries. SADCN, which I always in my mind call Shadowken, has grown rapidly over the last year, and they have a few similar opinions to how they do their Tailwind config, but similar but different. I've tried to keep things like my opinions on what CSS variables and Tailwind colors to expose have converged a little bit to what SADCN has done. And that's it for the Tailwind config. But yeah, just to have something shown here, let's go to our source code. We have a hooks server file, which we won't be using yet. Let's just delete this, because we will add it when we start doing the Supabase stuff. You won't be getting this for free from the SvelteKit wizard, and we will be defining it in a bit. And I can just delete like every route besides the Open Graph route. Maybe the about route looks correct. Game route, definitely not. Tier lists, definitely not. Layout, I will keep, and a pro tip is to search what your previous project name is and then replace with the new name that you've got. I am not gonna cast this yet, and I'm not gonna be returning games. I guess this page server load method can just go. And our page can have like no script and just a hello word. Or maybe the name of the app. No special styling either. Suddenly this doesn't look that bad. Since we looked at the Tailwind config, let's look at the root layout that I have. Joscomo has great stuff when it comes to CSS especially, but also lots of stuff on general web development and React too, and has been my inspiration on what my modern CSS reset should be. There are some things that I've also been inspired by small CSS as well. Small CSS is this. Like how to do the containers and stuff, but we'll get into it. This is where I set up my main colors. based on a brand. So lots of apps are doing like the more boring thing where everything is like gray and you never see the brand and accent colors anywhere other than accent buttons. You very sparingly use them, which some designers say that's a good thing, and I'm not a designer, but Slack is super colorful and Slack is super successful and has many themes. So I like doing it like this. But the thing that we should add here as a CSS variable is the one we added before. I have done this in other projects. So did I call it font serif, font sans, font family sans? No, it's just font sans. I use more characters. And we can just do system UI. Too many things. Sans serif and move on with our lives. And immediately this looks 100 times better. System UI is a really good way to have a good looking app and without having to worry about self-hosting fonts or having your user download your font. Even if you've self-hosted it, you can keep like your brand recognition by having like a nice serif font or handwritten font, which we may do later. So here is where I'll be tweaking the brand colors. If the client had like different brand colors, you can see if I just change the degree of the color, then everything changes. Then has that little hue, which I think makes it look too professional. Maybe some designers would like, makes me look like a clown and it's too colorful, but hey, to each their own, no accounting for taste. And the same for the accent. So you'll see this underline here. Okay, I'll make it slightly bigger. We'll see it in other places as well. Like this is the accent underline. So if we decide the brand color is whichever blue, then I break this down into HSL, hue, saturation, and lightness, and I add the brand here. And if we decide the accent is going to be whatever orange color, then I break it down to HSL, find out what's the hue angle, and then add it there, and then all the app is looking on brand with little effort. All right, so tailwind config, we went over this. Now it's worth noting that we do have dark mode here, though I have broken the sun to moon animation. That's right, we'll fix it eventually. I think it's just a transition thing that I haven't brought in. And we have the Svelte config, which is similar to what you'd get if you run the SvelteKit wizard. I almost always deploy to Vercel and try to deploy to the edge rush time, which is cheaper and faster for most things. So you will see that I do have the adapter Vercel brought in and the runtime edge option here. And the other thing that I got from a gentle viewer and commenter is to have the Svelte inspector running. The Svelte inspector, if you hold up a few keys, you can specify your own config or when you want the Svelte inspector to appear or not. But for me, I just use the default, so I just set this to true. And if I hold a few buttons on my keyboard and hover over things, it will show the corresponding Svelte element, Svelte component. And if I click on it, it will actually open it in VS Code, which is nuts. That I don't want to live without this. And that's why for now I am using Svelte 4 for this project. We will update to Svelte 5 eventually. We're not going to be using runes or any state just yet, so it doesn't matter. And the Svelte inspector, the Svelte inspector is not working with Svelte 5 yet. So I'm hoping by the time we need the runes, Svelte inspector is going to be working because I just love it. I don't want to go back. And that's a big reason I don't want to do Next.js stuff or Astro stuff as well, because this like command click open the related component is amazing. So it's a quality of life update. So if I'm like, oh, I want to change the header and put the related stuff, like instead of SvelteKit, I want to say an Xify. And we're good. And I do have some assets to add to this app, but I will add them later as we go. So this is one of the places where we do use the image optimizers and stuff. And there is not going to be a link to tier lists in the header. There is going to be a link to about. And there is the view transitions are also set up, which is nice. The underline is set up, which is nice. Whether this should be an H1 or just a regular span or div or whatever is also set up. These are all shortcuts. These are all little things that do add up. So when I start a project from a previous project like this, even though it may look like we've been going through this for half an hour, doing all these things individually would be the whole stream and the whole day. So this is a huge shortcut. So now if I want to change the about page content, I can just go here, just quickly say Nexify is I won't do the marketing here. Also, should I say that, maybe not, we'll find that later. So just a bit of marketing here and that's it. Script tag needed. And similarly in the footer, I guess the GitHub link is going to be something else. We'll set it up later, but I think it will be Tonify SaaS. So first page is looking all right, besides like this mascot situation. Maybe actually in the page load, I would have wanted the metadata set up. Whoops. So let's copy this. Maybe not, because in the core layout I do have the metadata set up as well, the default metadata. So this will be the next file, the title. So GitHub Copilot has already read what I have in the other file, so that's kind of interesting. And they also have like 2 variations. This is the first time that I see this. All right. So that's kind of neat. You can see what we're changing. It's changing this metadata here. Up here, title stuff. On mount, we have view transition set up here. see my related video for more. And we do have a README again. I think this project will go there. Open this up. I think that's our names. Attack. And I'll expand this later. All right, some instructions for you if you decide to paste off this instead of the SvelteKit app. Post-CSS config. The extra setup you may not see if you're just adding Tailwind, which needs Tailwind itself and not a prefixer, is Tailwind CSS nesting, which is Tailwind solution to allow nested CSS, which is common in vanilla CSS in many browsers as well, has come really. And I loved it since the SaaS days, and I'm, well, that's the styling framework or language. SASS, like you are sassy if you have great comebacks, hot comebacks. Playwright config, I think should be the same. Looks great. So package lock, don't forget to change this. This won't be published in NPM, but just in case. All of this stuff the SvelteKit wizard would leave you with, but the one I'm adding is a playwright test with the test E2E command. We won't be loading in Consolara as the font. We do need playwright test, the Vercel adapter, the enhanced images, which is not as good as Next.js and Astro's image optimization, but it's something. It's about as good if you have images in your local repository, as in it will work on that, and on the build step it will optimize them. But Vercel's enhanced image thing, optimized image thing, and image library for React will actually look at outside images, images that from domains that you've whitelisted, and also optimize those. So images that are not in your GitHub repo, which is a very big part of the images that you're going to be serving. So that's super useful. And of course, a way for Vercel to make money, because that's one of the costly things that they have. Like you will probably run into their free limit, their generous free tier limit, and start need to pay them money for optimizing your images at some point. But yeah, I'd pay for that. Container queries we talked about, forms, SvelteKit, SvelteKit. We're using SvelteKit 2. We won't be doing like history updates or anything like that, like solo routing or anything that's like a huge Svelte 2 feature, but still we're using latest SvelteKit. We are using Svelte 4, we'll come up to that again. Tailwind, we talked about that. We are using ESLint with some rule overrides because I find some of them annoying. Vercel open graph images, we are using them, although we're not deploying. We may check them later. Airtable, we won't be using. ESLint, we've talked again. OpenProps is a CSS library or some CSS variables for things like easings that I like to use. So I have this installed. PostCSS, we need that for Tailwind support as well. Prettier is essential nowadays, and Prettier 3 needs the plugin Svelte and plugin Tailwind to be specified in the config to work correctly. Svelte still 4, as I said, just because the inspector, I just love it too much, and Svelte file 5 still doesn't support it. SvelteSec comes with Svelte, Tailwind, TSLib comes with TypeScript essentially, and Vite, that's how SvelteKit gets bundled and working and running. Oh, already like 4 hours ago there's been an update here. That's fun. And we will be running on Node because Vercel still has only experimental support for Node 20. We are using PNPM for easiness, like the safest but still wise choice. Maybe NPM is like the safest choice, like no one was fired by choosing NPM, but no one saved any time by using NPM. All those seconds and minutes count. PNPM is sensible but faster. Bun is like fastest and has some very cool features, but may cut you out in some way, so we won't be using it now. Because I don't think if you are working in a company, they'll be using Bun, and I don't think you'd want the battle to convince them to switch to Bun. At the moment, we'll see, maybe 2025 is where that would happen. So, packetization, we've talked about it. Let's look at our loot layout. Stop bringing in Consolata. If you are, I do have a video on how to bring in fonts. Don't use Google Fonts. We are using font source variable to bring in Consolata, but as I said, like we won't have a fancy font for now. We'll just go with the system UI fonts. So stop bringing this in, and that should mean that if I install dependency again, some things will be removed because we removed them. And if we update, I guess Vite has got an Apache version as well, and PostCSS. Right, that's fun. Well, I set up the stream, 2 things happened. Did I not save this? It's a bit weird. Let's try again. All right, now it should work. And the app should still work. Indeed, it does. All right, moving on. Prettier config. Even if you don't have like any overrides, it's fine. The thing you should have with Prettier 3, which I think the SvelteKit wizard doesn't get you in Prettier 3, it gets you in Prettier 2, which is almost the same. But you need to specify the plugins here, especially Prettier plugin as well. Without it, it's not going to work. You can know if Prettier is running, if it's able to like eat lines like this. If you try to save and it formats, then Prettier is working. If not, then you either have error in your code or Prettier is not working. So find a file like this one, like the Prettier config itself, and see if you can save, and it goes back into place, add some lines and save. And without this, is this true? Am I making this up? It's tricky because VS Code, I'm also given some instructions there, so I think it's able to figure it out. But and I'm not gonna restart VS Code just to prove that this works. But yeah, if it auto formats, Prettier is set up correctly. I do like the tight bracket spacing, but I don't really care. Trail command, I do like adding it all the time just for consistency, but I don't really care. It's just easy to like shuffle properties around if you want. Single quote, because I was doing PHP in the past, where single quote versus double quote was different, means something else, but I don't care. Use tabs, I've been told this is better for accessibility, so I do care, and I do add this. And semicolon, I do care about this, even though it's essentially meaningless. I just, in general, like every time there is opportunity to write less, I will take it 100% of the time. If there is an opportunity to see less stuff, I will take it. Why see semicolons if they're not needed? So that's why I do semifolds. That's a Prettier config. Prettier ignore on some things, including Supabase. Local stuff, which we don't want printer to take ages trying to format. We don't want it to try to format the log files of our package managers, yada yada yada. And PMRC, the one that SvelteKit recommends we have about the engine strength, like use Node 18, and the high-answer resolution mode. I'm also specifying, oh, that's new. Let's restart the server since it was updated, because you never know. Things still work. Right, I am using Volta to pin versions of Node. So if you have Volta as well and you get into this repo, it will automatically switch to this version of Node exactly without you needing to do like nvm install or nvm use or something like that. So that's neat. And just trying to see here, where's my portrait mode? There you go. Here's my light. Great, much better. npmrc, we're talking about that. Git ignore, nothing too fancy. SvelteKit gives you these defaults as well, and I guess did the bit update at these two, because I don't remember them. It's also added it twice. So that's interesting. So that's new. Anyway, also some stuff to not commit the videos we may be capturing with Playwright. When the tests are running, the reports, you don't want to commit these in version control, including the auth helpers that will have the auth setup that we'll be adding at some point. ESLint, it has like a few plugins. ESLint is the thing that may tell you you're not using this variable, and I'm like, I am gonna use it, just give me like a few moments. But also like you're not adding this property to this image and you may be sued. I'm ambivalent. Like, I used to love ESLint. Now, sometimes it just annoys me. That's why I do have like some ESLint overrides. Here, some rules that I don't like, so I just set them to off or warn. You shouldn't go overboard on this, but I do think like with TypeScript and Prettier, I'm pretty safe even without ESLint. Like I should be fine, like developing code that is easy to understand and without glaring problems, semantic problems. ESLint was saying ignore a few files. .temp.test will be adding Supabase environment variables here. And that's about it. We have the navigation spec with Playwright, so we can immediately change this to try to find our title of Tenexify. Page title should be this, and actual heading in the page, level 1, should say Tenexify. That's all for that. Static stuff here. So we've got also another font, which I'll think about whether we're gonna, no, we're definitely gonna remove that. It's fine. And we have the favicons and OpenGraph images for the other app. So we do want to delete those and replace them with the ones made for this app. And the site web manifest, this should be Tenexify. And everything else should be the same, including the theme color and background color, because we didn't change them in this app. In your case, you will need to change them because you may want different colors. You'll have most likely different brand colors. We have the small vanilla JavaScript script that gets run every time we make it to the client, which has a look on whether we've set up your preferred theme in local storage. So if you visit us again, this lightweight script will add, and you will see this in light mode without blinding your eyes. But if you've selected dark mode, you will still see dark mode as expected. And I've done dark mode in quite a few ways. I like this one, but do note that I do default to dark mode. In your case, it's a design choice. I would prefer my users to see the site in dark mode without respecting that maybe they want light mode. Because I suspect like not many people bother to set this up. But most likely, and especially if you have a client, you would be designing for both. And in that case, you would be looking at the user's preference, and you can do a media query here to check do they prefer dark mode or not, and then use that one instead of just hard coding defaulting to dark. So keep that in mind. So I have this note for you. Maybe it's just that. Just for you, this comment. And now we are in the good stuff. In the app HTML, I do have my analytics code here, so we'll have a new one now for tenexify.dev, which I think is where we'll be deploying to, and I am using Plausible for analytics, and that's the only change that we'll do in this file. Keep in mind that's not exactly the one you'd be getting with a new SvelteKit wizard project. I have added a few things for the favicons. For maximum compatibility, I think nowadays what you really want is like a favicon SVG, and then you're good to go. But hey, if I've already done like this, it's fine. Another weird thing that this has is that I do have this pointer events known class, what's out. If nothing removes this, nothing will be able to get collect. But on my layout file, I do remove this class. And that's because when we do make it client side, I do want to remove the pointer events none. I just do this for tests because especially for something with view transitions and stuff, sometimes Playwright is going to be clicking things faster than any human and won't be waiting for the site to fully load before maniacally clicking on things. And having this pointer events none class that gets removed by JavaScript does mean that Playwright will not be able to click anything, and therefore will only start clicking when JavaScript runs, and that gets removed. That means if the user doesn't have JavaScript enabled for your site is not going to work. But it's a design choice for me. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I think it makes sense. I wouldn't want people clicking around the app before the app is ready. That's why I think it makes sense to wait for this class to be removed. But I'm not sure, because there are some people that do insist on running without any JavaScript, running apps without any JavaScript. And a big benefit of SvelteKit is that this app would work without JavaScript if I didn't have this class. So I don't know, I'll get back to you on this one. Some type definitions here. So I have added start view transitions because it's still experimental. Watch my video for more if you want. This is my own way of doing the theme toggling. I added this helper method without using any namespace. Doesn't really matter. This is a little hack for using the enhanced images library to help TypeScript understand that I can specify subparameters like width and height. And then we have this thing that SvelteKit will provide, where you will be able to extend your error that you get back if something blows up on the server, page data, platform specific variables if you're running on Vercel or somewhere else. In the locals for now, we'll have nothing, and indeed we can just comment this out. We will be adding Supabase there. The CSS file we talked about, the about route we talked about. I think we're using like everything from the pulsing header and theme toggle, pulsing heart here. The about page. In the lib file, we have some helper methods. A helper method to format dates, some constants for what's a day in seconds, and what's an hour in seconds, which is helpful for headers. I think I'll keep those. Here on the server, we have the repos, which are not related to this app. So I'm just gonna delete this directory. You won't get it when you start with the SvelteKit wizard. In the images one, we have this SvelteKritic owl. I'm going to delete it too. Oh no, I shouldn't have had. I take it back. Well, too late now. It's because it's used here, isn't it? It's enhanced image. It's happy again. We'll be adding the real image soon. Discord, GitHub, the heart, loading spinner, YouTube icon, all good. Output links, tags, which are tips. Maybe I would be deleting this, but definitely with tier score, I won't be needing anymore. So we're building out our own component library. And with that, we've talked about everything, and I'll get back into the chat. But I will say begin a project. Initial commit based off SvelteKritic. And do keep in mind that still I didn't do the favicons. I should do the favicons soon. So Paul in the chat, how big is my current team? What aspect of code review is my favorite and least favorite? My current team is, I guess, 2 other people. I just do contracting jobs and small projects, and at the moment, this is just 2 people. I do usually consult for like big businesses, but then that's not really a team. You just so there, and there are like 5 engineers or 20 engineers, and you just tell them what's up, you interview them, you discuss their problems, and then you do a big presentation, and you say, oh, this is how you should be going forward. The biggest team that I've had indirectly, I guess, usually I've been in teams of like 4 to 8 people, and indirectly, as a principal software engineer at Supla, I guess we had half a dozen teams of half a dozen people that I was most closely involved in. So maybe like 36 people that I needed to keep my eye on back then. And code review, one good friend that I closely work with today doesn't like code reviews, prefers just pairing all the time and then just doing like trunk-based development, pushing to main all the time. But my favorite aspect of code review is just being able to see all the changes in one place. So when you've actually done the PR, you've done the pull request, you have the Git diff that shows you that this changed and that changed. That helps me understand, after all of this work that we did, what did actually change. So just seeing that difference is probably my favorite part. And least favorite part is that even though I do support trunk-based development, but I'm not in love with it as much as my friend. I don't like long-lived reviews, for sure, long-lived branches. So when a branch gets stale, just delete it, delete everything, start over. That's my least favorite thing. And when it just takes too long, I guess, when the code review takes too long. Thankfully, things that used to be a problem in the past, where you do need to strike a balance of keeping the code readable and the standards and all that. When you didn't have tools like Prettier and ESLint, then you need to be very nitpicky in code reviews. But then you'd be told, does the code work? Like, does it cause a bottleneck? Is it not performant? And you'd be like, it would work the same, I guess, but there should be an extra line here and there. Like, those nitpicky things used to be a thing that I thought were necessary, but very awkward to point out. And second question, in the context of being able to reply or provide a response, which aspect of the GitHub platform allows to happen? Especially if being able to recover an account. I don't particularly understand the question, especially when it comes to GitHub recovery. I guess in pull requests, when you do have a pull request, you can just go to the code And on any specific line, you can just add a comment there, and you can either have it as a single comment or start an official like pull review, pull request review, or whatever you call it in your company. And that may attach to like notifications that GitHub has and that sort of thing. But I don't really mind. Sometimes I just do single comments and not even start a review. Sometimes you can have it so a review needs to be started and it blocks merge, which I don't particularly like as well. But I'm not sure if that's what you're asking about the GitHub mechanisms, especially when it comes to recovering an account. Thankfully, I haven't done this. I haven't needed to recover an account. I do use two-factor authentication, so I haven't been hacked yet, knock on wood. So yeah, that's my answer as far as I understand this question. Cool. So we based off this, and let's go over quickly what we have here. We do have view transitions. We do have dark and light mode. We do have like a fun header and footer, I guess, which we will still need to maintain. We do have an about page that kind of works. We do have image optimization, even though I don't have any images here. Maybe we will be adding that. We have Predator setup, we have ESLint, we have a base playwright test. Does that work? Or do we not have it? Works on every device. Awesome. We have Tailwind setup and some CSS resets and opinions that I have. The brand colors that I chose for this app happen to be the same. Let me know if you want different brand colors. As always, like if you want me to use like something from like Tailwind palette, let me know in the chat and I'll change it for the laughs, just to prove that we can do it. It's customizing colors, but where is it? Yeah, tell me that I want it to be. The problem is that I don't like blue, and that's like most apps are blue, unfortunately. But I can go with shades of blue if you really want me to. But yeah, so for example, if I wanted this to be like teal, I can say, oh, I like this teal, this bright teal to be the brand color. X to HSL. There are tons of dodgy ways to get the HSL from a hex code. And here we can go to app CSS and update this. And then everything would have like that teal hue, I suppose, if that's what we wanted. Does it look teal or does it look like green? Anyway, after I choose the color, I may like tweak these variables as well, how actually bright and saturated things should be, because different hues look better with different saturation and brightness values. So you may want to update this. Definitely involve a designer if you can. So I think that's all of what we've got. We've got version control with GitHub. And what we want to add is Supabase. And eventually we'll have the unique selling point of this app, which should be the ability to add companies and notes for the companies that you are applying to, and also add your your candidate profile, or really the answer to the question. Tell us a little bit about yourself, which every interview opens with. And if you have a great answer to this, then you increase your chances of getting through that interview like 99%, because 99% of people don't have any anti-bias training or specific interview training. And when you get in the room and they talk to you for like 2 minutes, they've already decided whether they like you or not. And then they just they usually just agree with themselves in the end. It's like, oh yeah, this person that I liked from the first 2 minutes, yeah, they did well on the interview. Let's move them along. Especially when it's only one interviewer in the room, then there is no one they can discuss your actual performance. So how well you answer this very first question is very important. So that's what the main thing of this app is going to be about. We're going to be trying to get some things about you, the companies you're applying, and provide you with a great, not really script to memorize, but great notes for you to have in mind when you answer a question. Tell us a little bit about yourself. So for that, we're going to be using Supabase. We'll be using Supabase for you to add some notes about yourself and the companies you're applying to, and store our responses, what we think you should be saying depending on the company. We'll probably be using something like TouchPD as well to generate answers for you with help of AI, or have a curated answer for you by someone like me or a PM friend or something like that. But for today, we won't be building that functionality. We'll be building the login logout functionality, which should get you into a waiting list. So you'd see this, we'd have like some marketing in this page and say, oh, 10xify is doing this, and that's how it increases your interview success rate by 50% or whatever. Like we won't make up a number, but we'll do research and figure out a number for you. And if you click to sign up, you'll be on the wait list. You'll be getting a nice welcome message, and we'll have your email so we can market to you and actually invite you to use the app when we've done that functionality. That's the big idea of what we'll be building next. So I'll take a sip of coffee. I see you. You try to add a Twitch command to build a song. Maybe, hopefully, it was retrospective effect. If that's when you asked about the song, Paul. Retrospective effect. All right. So I hope it's clear what we've got, what we'll be adding. Of course, we'll also be adding deployment to Vercel to a live site, and many other small things that I'm sure I'm forgetting. But for now, let's get started with Supabase, which is going to be our Auth and storage solution. So just to ensure we have the correct version of Supabase, I'm going to install it locally in my project. It's a dev dependency. And this Supabase, just Supabase, is going to be the Supabase CLI, not the Supabase JavaScript client. And now we should be able to npx init all in the chat. Majority of microservices follow the mean. So microservices, usually you'd think of API endpoints. So I think MERN is supposed to stand for React, like they are there, and mean for Angular. Is it like something Angular Netlify? Not sure. But in that case, microservices in my head don't have front ends, so they wouldn't have either React or Angular, neither of those. And I'm sure Angular gets still used somewhere, but I can only imagine it's further behind. Definitely React, but also Vue and Svelte for sure. So microservices, I'd imagine you'd be looking at servers that are running usually Express. That's the framework for your microservice. And now the one I love and use is Fastify. Those are the popular ones nowadays. Express, legacy, like even 10 years ago, you'd see Express servers for microservices. Fastify is the modern one that I like more when it comes to JavaScript. And yeah, there are more acronyms. When I started, it was probably the LAMP stack, if I remember correctly. Like PHP was somewhere in there. Like I guess the P there was like PHP. Laravel, was that L? Not sure. Doesn't really matter to me. It's too far back. Right, so we've run this command for Supabase init, and it's worth noting that we do have Docker running. So if this doesn't work for you, you need to install Docker. Hey, somebody in the chat. Oh, I love that pink hand wavy emoji. It looks awesome. So Docker is running, which is why that command managed to get going. And it created a few files for us, I can only imagine. We've manually added the Supabase CLI here in the package.json, but it also created a Supabase folder with a config we'll be looking at, a seed file that we won't be using yet, and a git ignore, I guess to double check that we are ignoring the files in there. And I guess that's it. Oh, this should be removed. In the Supabase config, so this is just for local development. When you're running Supabase locally, you can change a few things here, including stuff you'll need for authentication. The port things are running, but I don't really mess with those. Authentication is enabled. We need to update the site URL because we're using SvelteKit, so it's actually running on a different host. Maybe, like, I'm not sure. I guess it's the same one, like 127.0.0.1. It's the same as localhost, so that should be fine without trailing slash. And we'll come back here, but I think if I remember correctly, the instructions is to get you back to like /auth /callback. I think so. We'll see. We enable signups. We enable the email service. We'll be doing magic links today. You don't need to confirm your email. The email template. Okay, sir. Oh, nice. You can actually specify an HTML file. Cute. And if we do get to log in with GitHub later, we'll be changing this to enabled GitHub. And the client ID. But I'm not sure if we'll get to that today. So I'll say again, this config toml file does nothing for your production Supabase server or like your real HTTP Supabase server. This is just for local development. No matter what you change here, it's not going to affect your real Supabase client. This is just for local development. We're doing stuff for local development, so we have more confidence in our database schema and stuff before we commit into using this in production. Right, so with all of that done, and pnpx Supabase start. This may take a while. This is great. for me because I get to get a sip of coffee. Maybe not for you. Hopefully the music is chill. Can look at the agenda as well. All right, so we're in this Supabase for local development. Great. We'll be starting a Supabase server. And then we'll run a migration for the users table that we want to expose. Hello, Indra, in the chat. How are you? We won't be doing anything with its functions today, but we will have a trigger for when people sign up, they will end up in our public users table. So that's something that's almost an its function. Right, so these things will need, and maybe, let's definitely open the sudo URL. Here you can see that here and locally we do have the Supabase studio, which is where we can see our tables, we can create new tables and that sort of thing. You can always do this and try to diff and generate a migration from the changes you've done, but we'll just copy paste the migration from somewhere else. And I think that's it for that. We'll have a sneak peek into setting up Supabase with SvelteKit here, because I want to copy these environment variables. So in my .env.test, I will have these example things, so to help you know what we need. These are going to be public. It's fine if you leak these, but we will also have, which maybe we won't be using today, it's a service role key with admin privileges. It will be able to do anything and everything. Maybe we won't be using today, but just in case, like adding codes, which just in case there's some weird characters. And just quickly in the README, use the .env.example. And we will indeed have a .env.local, which we will be basing off the .env.test. Oh yeah, I called it test. Guess this thing is using them. And generate me. So we want to go to the terminal here, get the anon key, get the Supabase URL. This is going to be the API URL. And get the service role key, which we'll probably not use, but still have it there because I'll definitely forget. And this should be enough to get to connect to the local development server. We won't be doing this setup just yet. First, we'll be creating a migration. So if we go to the local Supabase studio, you can see no tables yet. could create a new table just by clicking around, but we'll have we'll create a migration. And the command is Supabase migration new. And they have like an example table you may want to add. First things first, npx Supabase migration new. The name will be create users table. So now here we should also have in the migrations directory, this one, it has a unique timestamp, so Supabase will know the order to run the migrations, but it's going to be empty. And I have done this before, so I'm gonna steal this. So we did have a few streams about creating a membership platform using Stripe, which we will be taking inspiration from, but for now, we'll just copy this stuff that I will be going over and the real-time subscription stuff. First, we will be creating a users table. Some people are big on not calling the users, but what is specific to your app. So maybe it's like footballers, or maybe it's like rock stars. I don't know. You cannot go wrong with users, calling the users. But that is different to the information about the users you have in the secret Auth users table that Supabase has, and it uses for things like mapping the different login methods to a user. So someone may be able to log in with GitHub and then also log in with a magic link and then also log in with Google. You need the ability to be able to merge those profiles into the one user. So we don't want to expose all of that secret stuff to anyone. We want some information about the user to be available to us. And that's why we create a new table, a new users table in the public schema. And for us, it is going to have an ID, which is a unique ID. This needs to be a UUID because it's going to be referencing the one in the secret Auth users table. So these need to match. And then you can add whatever you think is important for your app to know. So always remember, don't ask your user for more things than you'd need. Like, don't preemptively ask them for anything. I've said before that maybe we'll be asking, what are your best skills? Or what are you trying to learn? Or how they answer the question, tell us a little bit about yourself. So maybe in the future, we'll be storing this in a database. But for now, I'm not going to worry about whether I should store it in a separate column or in a big JSONB column or whatever else. I just know that I will ask the user for their name, and that's it. Not their avatar, nothing else. So all I need for now is just a name text column. And the big thing with Supabase that I really love, and even if the company you're trying to work for is using AWS and DynamoDB or Google Cloud SQL or Firebase or whatever else, or if they have their own Postgres, you can still flex on them by telling them how the role-level security works, because how they've made it work with Supabase is excellent. There are many places where you'd see when you're trying to fetch all the to-dos for a specific user, for example, that you'd be searching the to-dos table and then trying to map the user ID. Is it equal to the current user that I have looked into the system? The session that I have has a user ID, and that one should match every user ID in the to-dos. That's extra code that you don't need if you do stuff like role-level security, which ensures that if you set things up correctly, the user should be able to see, the logged-in user should be able to see exactly and only the data they should be able to see. So for example, in your app, it may be different. So let's first say what we're doing now. The role-level security that we have now is that only the user that is logged in should be able to see data for the user with that same ID. So any user cannot see any data for any other user. They can only see their own data, and they can only update their own user data. If you have a different sort of app, then maybe you want something different. Commonly, maybe you will want everyone to be able to see some public information about the user. Maybe you'd be calling this a profiles table then, to make it a bit different, to make it a bit more obvious that it's like public profile. And then if you're building your next threads or next Twitter or Facebook or whatever social platform, or many apps, like if you want people to be able to see that they have colleagues and not the colleagues to teams, they should be able to search and see which users are available so they can invite them to the team. And in that case, everyone should be able to see all the user data. You should be able to read the users table or profiles table or whatever you call it, and not just their own data. They should be able to see other users, other customers, or other profiles. But still, they shouldn't be able to update the information of other users, and you don't want to have some backend logic that says only if the user ID matches the row ID, then make this update. And for that, again, it's row-level security to the rescue. Anyway, in this case, we are saying that the user should only be able to see their own user data, only their own user data. We won't have any user-to-user collaboration here. We will have like an admin role, which should be able to see everything, but that's a different story we'll get to. All right, so enough about the user table. This is our use case. We only just need the one column. Users should only be able to see their own data. Reflect on that if you have a different use case. It is very likely you will want users to be able to see other user data, but still only be able to update their own data. We have a database trigger. Whenever a user signs up, essentially, they make it into the secret Auth users table that Supabase has. And when that happens, in response, we want to add a new row into our users table. And that's exactly what this does. If we have some metadata for the user when they sign up, or if the Auth provider, the social login provider we have provides like a name, it will be pre-populated in that column. But that's about it. I guess you can have like an email column here, but you may not want to duplicate that. Right. So I'm trying to think on the fly. Should I have like an email column here? But I'm saying no. You'd rather tie this into the login method instead of having a separate one. I think it allows for a bit of naughtiness if the user is able to change their own email. So when they do login, when a new row gets created in the secret Auth users table, we'll be getting the ID, the user ID, and potentially the name of that new row, of that new user, and added it into our public users table that we've defined here. Like the ID column and name column will be populating. If you have more stuff here, feel free to add them. Like if we had like a waitlist true or something, we could. But for now, we won't be doing anything of the sort. So we have this function that is a trigger that then gets attached to whenever an auth user gets created, secret auth users table. All right, hopefully I went over that part. Then there's a lot of Stripe stuff that we won't be doing today. But in the end, let's just, maybe even that one is for later. So I guess that's it, just the user stuff. We won't be looking at the users table in real time. So I think that's it. That's our first migration. And in order to run it, we run Supabase DB reset, which will run every migration into our local database. If it all goes well. Ta-ta-da-da. Coffee sip time. Nailed it. So now if we go to the local Supabase Studio and refresh, well, it was already there. You can see that we do have a users table. It has an ID which references the secret of the user's ID and a name. Great. And it has the active RLS policies. So users should only be able to see their own data and not every other user. Great. So that's done. Now time for the super fun stuff. Let's set up Supabase with SvelteKit. The proof of that will be, let me slide this here. I guess here we can say, will we have a secret route here? Not sure. We'll be showing the user session whether you are logged in here. Let's say in this page, we'll be saying, are you logged in or not? Which will set us up nicely for later. When we do the login flow. So there are two Supabase related libraries we need to add. Supabase SSR. In previous streams, you may have seen me using the Auth helpers library, which has been deprecated. Now they say just use this, works with everything, and the Supabase JavaScript client. So let's bring those in. Brought in. And they do say now it's a good time to add things to your .env.local and maybe do your Vercel deployment if you had one. We don't have one yet. We've done that already. I'll open it again. Again, you can leak this. You can leak this. Do not leak this. This is all related to the local development, so it doesn't matter if this actually gets around. You cannot do anything to this. You cannot connect to my local Supabase instance wherever you are in the world, so that's fine. But in real life, when it comes to production values, do not leak this. All right, so in order to get Supabase working with SvelteKit, I think it's much easier than Next.js, because in SvelteKit, you can have a hooks file and add things into what they call locals, which is an object that can have anything. You decide what it has, and you can add type definitions of what you think locals will have, and that will be available all across the backend of your app, so you can easily use it. So you just do the setup in one place, and then you use it everywhere else in the app with no hassle. While with Next.js, very often you need to do, it's like, okay, for this server action, I need to create a client. For this server endpoint, I need to create the client. For this server component, I need to create the client. For this client component, I need to create the other client. So you need to do it like all the time. And I don't like it as much. But for now, since we don't have a hooks file, we're gonna create it. And just copy everything from the docs. Hooks.server.ts is one of the magic files that SvelteKit has. One of the few that doesn't have like a plus prefix. This will run before every single request on the backend. You can also have like a universal or client-side hook, but we won't be looking into that today, I don't think. And let's see what we're doing. We're getting the public Supabase URL, which we have defined already, from $env, which SvelteKit makes available for us. It can actually read our .env files, which is awesome. That's another thing that Next.js doesn't have, and it's like the little things that make the SvelteKit DevX awesome. We are going to be bringing in the create server client method from this at Supabase SSR modern project. And then this is just for typing our handle. The way the hooks.server.ts file works with SvelteKit is that you need to export a handle, and that's what is going to run on every request that you've got. All right. I don't know what this is like, a bit interesting, but we'll figure it out. The first underline that we have is that it doesn't know what Supabase is. It's like that doesn't exist in the locals, and that's because we just made this up. We need to go to our app.t.ts and comment app locals and say that we are going to have a Supabase, and it's going to be like a Supabase client, I guess. Let's see what this returns. Supabase client. And we'll be even adding our type definitions based on the schema, auto-generating them and adding them here. So we'll know exactly what operations we can add, which is awesome. It's something that got me into Prisma back when that first came to the scene. And it's great to see it here. They eat like a little... They ate a parenthesis of mine. Let's import that. And now this knows that Supabase in the locals should be whatever this returns. And again, we're gonna be typing this better. It seems this has a little incompatibility. So SvelteKit 2 changed to not provide a default for path here. So we need to update this so it can be options. It's trying to help too much. And then path is going to be options path or slash. It used to be with SvelteKit 1. It would default to setting the cookie path as this, the root of your domain, because that's usually what you want. And that's definitely what you want for Supabase. So maybe I'll just set it to that. There are some edge cases where you want the path to be a sub path in your app, but not the case here. So I think this override should be fine. Maybe like specifically for Auth callback, but I don't think so. I don't think that's true. So they should be happy. And now they also want us to add a helper method to the locals to get the user session. So this session is the user session or null. We can just go to our app.t.ts again. Say get session. Is that correct? I didn't trust the autocompletion there. But it's a promise. Session or null. All right, so that should be it for the hooks file, which is where most of the work is done when it comes to the Supabase setup with SvelteKit. If you want to do stuff client side. This is something else we can add here. Let's go in order. Like, I don't think we'll be talking to Supabase client side, but maybe you want to set up like a real-time subscription or something. Also, be prepared. I think my lovely puppy and my lovely wife is gonna attack me very, very soon. We'll take a small break then. But yeah, let's do the layout stuff, I guess. So all of this. In our core layout file, we're doing some stuff for page transitions. We're doing some stuff for metadata. Now we'll also be doing some stuff for Supabase to have it available if needed. You can skip this step if you are sure that you won't be doing any client-side operations with Supabase. Bring this imports back up here. Well, Carol, nice to see you've made it. I think one day I will do like a marathon stream that's going to be 8 hours, and, and then you'll manage to sync up even though you are so many hours behind, I guess. Time zone hours. And it's great to have you following even asynchronously. All right, so for some reason, okay, I've been attacked by my dog. Quick moment. Summer, my beautiful dog, how are you? How are you? She got a bath. Huh? Oh, this is how you can keep going with like marathon big streams. You have like scheduled puppy breaks. My little doggy is fresh from getting her haircut, and I didn't drop her off. My wife needed to drop her off, so she hasn't seen me in a while. So she's super excited and super beautiful. How are you? Good? Good girl. All right, back to action. This cute break. So this thing should be automatically generated for us. Let's rerun the dev server just in case. Interesting. I do think we needed to run the server method first. So I don't know why they had it in this order. My instincts were to do this first, so we can have this session, of course. All right. Or I think so. Or I mean a different file. It's a TS file. Come on, Tony, get it together. So TS file, not the Svelte file. Take it all back. Forget this ever happened. Right. So layout.svelte plus layout.svelte. This is perfect. This is done. Yeah, my dog is now like 13 kilos, but is also many kilos of extra fluff. For sure, she's become huge. She used to fit on my hand, and now she's a barrel of fluff. I love her. Right, so layout plus layout.svelte. We won't be touching it now. We want the layout.ts to specify a load method there, a universal load method. It may run on the server or the client. Copy this, paste it here. This should just work, but again, I was kinda right. It won't have a session there ever because we don't have the corresponding .server.ts plus layout.server.ts. So I still contend that the order of these operations should be first to the root server layout and then the other one. So we are gonna paste all of that here. The moment we create this file, this should get created magically. I think it should. If I hadn't killed the dev server so ruthlessly. So now it got auto-generated for us. Now we have this layouts, this load method, server-side load method that will be making the session available just in case something needs it. What is going to need it is this universal load method that sometimes will run client-side, and it's going to use it here. So that's the thing that TypeScript wasn't happy about. And now, like, everything should still be working just fine, all good. And in a page component, I guess we can get the Supabase client here. We'll never use it like that. In API routes, maybe we'll be getting the Supabase from the locals and do some stuff. And in form actions, we'll also be getting the Supabase client from the locals and doing stuff to it, like updating user profiles and stuff. Cool. So we've done all the setup. Let's prove that we've actually done something. Here we can say if something, you're logged in, else you're not. And as we saw before, the session should be available in the data. So if we add the script tag here, data will magically be populated by SvelteKit, and it will have the things we're doing with our two load methods. So data should have a session, and our check could be if there is actually a data session, we can show the user email. Why not? Or else we can say you're not logged in. And of course, in this case, you're not logged in. But once we make the auth work, then this will switch to show the email that I logged in with. So I will take this as proof that we've managed to connect Supabase. And we'll prove it even further soon. Once we do the login flow, which is going to be a huge chapter there, but we'll just finish this. I think I'll take a small break just to check up on my wife and dog and be right back in 5 minutes. So catch you in just a little bit. right, friends, we're back. Puppy break over. Everything is fine and great. Puppy is especially fluffed up. Looks amazing. Needs to happen every 2 weeks or else she turns into Chewbacca. So just to keep on the break and to recap what we've done, we've got page transitions, we have the light and dark mode, and we have lots of things that I won't go over again that we got just from starting from a project, the latest project that I've done before with SvelteKit. And in theory, you could even have a project that has Supabase set up if you're trying to do something with authentication that needs Auth, that needs authentication authorization. And then you'd be saving all this time that we needed to add these special server hooks, hook server file, the layout load, the layout server load, all these things. They're small. We essentially just copy paste a few variables straight from the Supabase docs and some outputs from our terminal. It wasn't that complicated, but it does take a while. Copy pasting still takes a while. So if you know that your project is going to need authentication, if it's going to need a database for storage, then if you know that you are going to go for Supabase again, you can have a little starter project, or you can have a project that you can start from and save that time as well. I like using real projects are starting off points because they're more likely to be updated if you've done them yourself. You, one, know what you've done and why you've done it, and two, you're more likely to keep them up to date if they are a real project that people paid you money for, or you had to show to people for a stream like I did for SvelteKit. And that's why I like them more than just using like a boilerplate or like too fancy opinionated wizard, because those often go out of date. They don't use like the latest standards or what's the current best practice, and very often you won't be exposed to why they took some decisions. If you haven't done it, you may not know why they went this way or the other, and that suddenly would make your code harder to understand for you. No code is really truly intuitive, like load methods with SvelteKit. If you follow the streams, if you've seen my videos, maybe you understand them, maybe I understand them, but I've been using them for a while. If they are intuitive, it's only because you've used them a lot and you've researched them. It's not like you'd see this file and you'd be like, oh, I totally get why this is necessary, why this needs to be a .server.ts file. There are so many things that if you know enough, they're intuitive, but really, like if you just saw a random person, they wouldn't be getting it. And that's the danger with using boilerplates. If you use a real project you've worked on, it's more likely you'll understand the convention than what's going on. All right, so if I had a project like this, if I start another Supabase project from this, I'd have saved a bit of time. Maybe I can just save this as well as setup Supabase commit. And chat break done. Also, feel free to keep asking questions. I may get to them as I see them. If I don't see them, I have these chat break, the bespoke points that I definitely check the chat and get to your question. So now, if we had started from this point, all we need to do is go to Supabase and create our new project there. And I do have Supabase here, and create a new project and just call it SaaS. And I do have one password running. Will I be able to unlock it? It's not looking likely. I did it. I think this is the one I want. Create password. And where should we? They've added quite a few regions. Supabase, that's neat. Should we do London for old time's sake? Let's do Frankfurt because I'm currently in Spain. Let's do London. Supabase also has generous free tiers when it comes to new projects. You don't get too many new projects. I think you only get one, but the free tier does get you along of the way there. And with this, we should be getting the keys that we need, including the URL and this public key and this service role key. So I am gonna go all the way to this window. Have a look at the users table here. Now we'll need to drag this out just for a moment so I can copy and paste the real.env. So I need to paste the URL, which is public. Doesn't matter even if I were to leak it. It'd be fun if they did allow you to set your own project name instead of having this human unreadable string, but hey. All right, in that API section, can get the anonymous key. And the service role key needs to be hidden. So we should be good to go. Just need to remember to add these variables again when we deploy. To Vercel. Right, we should be back. So this can be public, This should be secret. It's on our API section. You can see that we have the SaaS project, which has no tables, so we should be able to push our user schema. Kirill says that you get 2, which is generous. I think they recently changed this, and each organization gets 1 free project, but if you have 2 organizations, then if a developer is in an organization, in 2 organizations that have 1 free project each, then it's fine. But if they are in 3, then you're in trouble and you don't get any more. I think that's how they've switched it very recently, but that's by the by. So if I were to add another one, I always get curious with these things. Like if I were to start a new project, I guess it looks like you're right. Still free plan. Cool. So you get 2. Nice. Even nicer. All right. So we've added those environment variables that we're not actually going to be using yet. We've set up the new project for us. We want to push the migration that we run locally. And for that, there must be like a sync thing or a live flag or something. Let's see if it's gonna work. Which project will it try to hit? Yes, it needs to link the project to a Supabase. This project to a Supabase project, which makes sense. I think you can add a flag here. Let's see. DB URL. There you go. So the DB URL should be what we found here. In API docs, in settings database API, this is the URL. And I think it's going to ask me for my database password. Does it not want quotes? Surely the quotes are fine. Is it the slashes? I guess it's the slashes. Will it work without HTTPS? Maybe. Oh, it needs the connection string, of course. Or we could just link this. Yeah, it's just log out and log in to see the project. Log in again, that's going to be easier. Let's try to open this browser window. Well done, we did it. All right, they're now logged in. So now our push command should just work. Let's see. It hopefully will ask us if we want to do this. We'll go to the link again. Link the project. We only have one, the SaaS project. Great. Now it needs a database password. So now we can go to 1Password. Now we can go to the terminal and this should be invisible. Great. So now it's linked. So now will it work? Oof, without asking. Great. I wonder if that's only because it's a fresh database. Or if it never asks, and it's like, you better be sure. I guess pushing is fine, maybe resetting is not fine. So you can see that our actual live production database does have the new users table created with migration, with the RLS policies and all of that. So that looks all great and dandy. So that's done. Took a while, but we did it. Right, so now it's time for the login, the fun stuff. And it's going to be server-side login as well, because that's the safe way to do things. Like it decreases your chances, decreases your attack vectors by not having tokens flying around on the client that can be hijacked. But let's see. So they want us to create an auth confirm route by creating a plus server.js or TS is what we'll be doing here. So let's do that. So auth confirm plus server.ts and then paste whatever they want us. And I think I remember that you do need to cast this as something. So the third-party provider, they'll have us go to /auth/confirm, or the magic link rather. When you get an email, the user will get the email, the user will click a link there that should get them to auth confirm, and then it's going to have like some parameters like token has that Supabase will have created for us. But it needs to be handled here in the file that we have. That's what this file is trying to do. But this shouldn't be as string. I guess we could be using Zod to parse this too. But here, we could have a little helper message like is email OTP type. And this, is it literally just email? Let's see. Oh, it's many things actually. Unfortunately, it's a type. Supabase, it would be handy if they were offering something to check if a type is a valid type that they're handling. So I should just be copying all of that, shouldn't I? And then let's see if Copilot will help me with this. Will you autocomplete this, please? Sign up invite magic link, recovery email change email. Looks correct. And here, let's say type is email OTP type. And it is going to be the type if our email OTP types array includes type. This as this, and TypeScript will be happy. And here we can say if or here. And I guess we could typecast this a bit more. Typecast this a bit more. Can say this is unknown. And I guess that's going to be fine. All right, so now this is happy because this will be a valid one-time password type. And then it's going to redirect wherever this link tells it to redirect, which I found doesn't work like too well, but hey. And this one says to redirect internally to a page with an auth code error, which I guess we should do. Or we should redirect to like login and maybe with an error equals something. And with SvelteKit, do redirects get automatically thrown now? SvelteKit 2. Yeah, you don't throw them. You don't throw the redirects anymore. So that should be updated. Here you go, SvelteKit 2. We're doing SvelteKit 2. So we get here in the else case. So I guess just get them to log in because this should be fine. They should only get here with a token has and stuff. If this is an error, right, they also get there if they don't get there directed. All right, I get it. And we may handle this one day, we may handle this never, we'll see. It has a status, I guess. I do like the different redirect. Because we can have another one. But that's redirect to login and that's it. Without any information. So that should be good to go. And that's why I did want to create that production Supabase thing, because we need to update the templates that we have. So I guess, is it here? It's authentication, email templates, there you go. Built-in email service is rate limited. It's true, we'll be changing it with Resend soon. So confirm your sign up. Just copy everything, I guess. Auth confirm. So this is the email that they're gonna get. Just to double check. This is auth confirm. Auth confirm. Great. So you see they make it here with token has and type email, but not with a next parameter. So they'll get redirected to the login page, I guess. By default, maybe we can get them to the profile page. I suppose we can change that. So that takes care of the confirm sign up. Save. Invite user, which I don't think would ever happen. Save. And the PKC flow, that's not like the front-end flow, it's the backend flow that gets you to a server endpoint. The one we've been creating is the one that has the token has and stuff. That's why we need to update this. path to your update password page. We'll never get this because we won't be alone for our passwords. I guess this is how you get the next. So password update. We may create this one day. If you do a lot of passwords, I guess that's important. In this template, you should redirect them wherever you do auth or profile update password. Like you could be updating your password in the profile. So maybe that's a legit place to put this in. Magic link, that's the one we really care about. Just realized that it's not that visible because my face is there, but you have to trust me sometimes. So auth confirm again, token has, that's it, no next. If they want to change their email address, different email template, we won't be allowing this for MVP, but it's good to update them all. Reset password, no password, so we don't need this yet. You may. All right, so now we should have updated all the Magic Link templates. There are more things to do in regards to the auth stuff. Mainly, we should specify what the site URL is. URL configuration. So now we are running into localhost, but something similar. In reality, I think we'll be on tenexify.dev. And let's find some examples what to do when you deploy to Vercel, because I think they do have them. I'm just trying to help. Surely there is a point where they say site URLs for Vercel deployment. They have an example of the block of the globe patterns you can use when you're deploying to Vercel. So preview branches will also be working. Almost worked. Yeah, that's exactly the part of the docs that I want, that I don't remember exactly. Ah, there you go. Okay, so examples for Vercel. Not 2 stars, so that's kind of interesting. And I think this is going to be same agripis, that's my handle, and then anywhere. And I think here, when it comes to GitHub and stuff, they'd be redirecting to auth callback. So that should be it. And I think environment variables should be fine. Not query parameters should be fine with the example we have. Let's not forget. Let's add localhost at least for now. So I should have just copied from here. And when you're actually in production, maybe you want to remove this, the localhost one. So that's my real one. If something's trying to redirect somewhere that's not covered by one of the redirect URLs or the club patterns, then it will fall back to whatever you have here. So that's important to get correct. This should be for the Vercel deployments. Maybe it needs like more dashes or something to work correctly. This is a specific redirect URL, which we may use soon. I don't think the email provider needs this, that's why they didn't cover it, but we're doing it kinda in advance. So that's about it for the setup that we need to do. Let's make this work for local development. That's where we may need to double check what we have in our Supabase config tunnel. In the email setup, sign up, I did set this true. Set URL is localhost. An additional URL, let's have the callback and let's have the confirm one. Just in case. And I think that should be fine. But keep in mind that if you update the toml, you do need to stop the Supabase Docker and restart it. All right, so I should have added like a section here, UI to login, or maybe not, maybe this is just going to be like a huge subject, a huge section, that's fine. So with all of this set up for us, we should be able to add a login page here, or even here, I guess, a little action. And then use the in-bucket server that Supabase sets up for us locally as well to get an email here, click it and show up again on the side, but will be logged in. That's the plan. All right, good to go. Everything still works. Let's go to the header. Let's add a login. And maybe even on the main page, we can have like an anchor saying, get on the waitlist today. I don't know why I'm doing these things. So this should get us a login page. This should get us a login page. There is no login page, so let's create a login page. Let's get inspiration from the about page. So let's copy paste that one. Slash login, we'll name it. And we'll say what? We'll say today and be amongst the first to use the NXI service or whatever. Like not an SEO expert. We'll think about this more later. And here, instead of about, let's say login. And here we can say magic something. So we did make it a login page. You can see, we can click here, we get there, we can click here, we get there. So it's all good, really. But what we want to happen in this page, I guess we're gonna have a form action. Just the one form action. In the future, we may allow GitHub login, so the user should be able to choose whether it's gonna be login with magic link or actually put their email. So we will need form, I suppose. We will need an input type email. GitHub Copilot, you were correct, you can do it. We can put this inside the label that says email. Looks amazing. Yeah, so that's all well and good. I guess all we need is like that's the one input then. And have a class of flex, just so I can put like a gap. No, flex cool layout. Sometimes tailwind flips out. That was indeed the case. And this can be like our primary button. I'm sure I have primary buttons all over the place. So can I copy one from here? Button component. Oof, sometimes it is a link here. So let's just copy this. Not sure. I'm scared of what I've done. It kind of makes sense. So let's create it. I should have this as a common component. So lib components button. I should have an inbound link then. So yeah, let's not complicate this. Let's make this a button. Click, this gets propagated, never has an href, doesn't have a tag, doesn't have an href, and has like a million classes and can be given a class. Sure. And here, we can have just a regular link, I suppose. It's going to be the same thing. Just need to be there. It doesn't have these things. But could have them. But it also could be undefined. And now I'm doing all of this. The output link could be using just a link. I need to add the classes again. When you get to link, just uses the output link. It's like links all the way down. It's fine. And I'm doing this because on the main page here, just want to use that link. Is that not how you do variables in Svelte? Guess not component props. Did I just make this up? Yes. What I meant was equals undefined, I guess. Or this equals undefined. Now we're happy. And I guess so now we get this little thingy. I like it. Right, this button. Can I use it? How does it look? Amazing. Looks absolutely spectacular. And it's bouncy. It's not exactly what we wanted to happen. It needs a transition. Lower thing, probably not. Probably not. Let's have a look at our friends at Tailwind. We want the transforms. It's not here, so transition transform. its transition position. But we're just doing the top, I guess, here. Select Y1, that's what I really want. All right, now we're talking. Minus translate. Like, you need bouncy buttons. Definitely. And the duration should be D. Title thing, 75. You want people to want to click your buttons. Oh yeah, so after this button, this luxurious design break, we have this amazing input. Maybe we can steal a better one from Logout and UI. Does it look nice? Not really. So let's have a look. Yeah, I won't spend too much time on this, I'm sure. How big is this? All right, we're getting there. Yeah, let's check the outline. None stuff just to give it the brand spin. All right, getting there. Focus, border, foreground, accent. Is that the real color? I think so. All right, we got there. It's brand. Doesn't look nice. Decent, I would say. Probably when I'm doing CSS because I'm thinking like too much. What if I just do border 0? Is it none? All right, we got it. I can relax. Email your email. It's gray. Looks gray. Kinda readable when you write, when you can't read anything. But you can do text gray, no, hundreds. And you can type just fine. All right, done. Here you can put in your email, and we want, when you click this button, to get an email. And for that, we will use a form action. And it is going to be a post form, post method, because it's going to be mutating stuff. It's going to be creating a user for you and sending links, emails. And kind of unfortunately, this PKCE flow, is it saying anything? Yeah, it's not saying what to do in the UI, but we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. Yeah, I guess this is going to be a SvelteKit form action. By default, it's going to hit the default action that we're not exporting. We need to go to our page.server.ts and export an actions object. It's going to have a default. And that one is going to be an async method that is going to have a locals, and in that we're going to find Supabase, and that's where we'll do auth sign in with one-time password. So that's where we'll be doing all of this. The email we'll need to get from the form, and options, we won't need this by default. It's going to create the user. This says email redirect wherever. I guess we can just not set this and see what happens. We do have the URL here, so we should be fine. Let's see, let's try to redirect them to welcome and see what happens. So this method is getting the URL magically by SvelteKit. And you can say URL origin / welcome. Trying to get them there, see what happens. Don't think anything will happen, but hey. The email we're gonna get from the form, as we said. So It's going to be on the form data. So here. My request, they say, fair enough. Just copy all of this. And just for validation, let's bring in Zod, the validation library, which we can bring in here. And we can import Zod from Zod, or Z from Zod, as some people do. Let's click in schema, can be just string. It's gonna be an email, I guess. I guess we can add that. And we can say and save parse the form data, get password, get email, sorry. That's going to be the validation part. If no validation success, we can return an error. But what did we here? We can return a fail, actually. And then we can return like an object. Has like a message or whatever we want. But if we've made it that far, then we can destructure the email from validation data. And then we can use it here. The email is going to be the validation data, so we can just alias it here. And that's kind of it. We can say if error again. Is it going to be an unexpected error? Because at that point, it may not be a user problem, it could be our problem. But if all of that has happened, then we can actually return the email again, or say that return anything we want, really. And it's going to be available in the UI. In this example in SvelteKit, they are just setting cookies immediately because the login happens immediately, but that's not our case. They're going to get an email, we still need to check and all that. But it seems to be convention to just return success through here. And maybe the email itself. Maybe just return the email. Should we be returning the email? No, it's fine. All right. So let's see if this is going to work. Pressing enter submits, and I'm still in this page, but something must have happened. If we did things correctly, we should have gotten an email. However, since this is localhost and local development, it's not actually sending emails out, but Supabase has this handy feature where you can have an in bucket, and every email that you send is gonna make it here. So you can search your email inbox, and 30 seconds ago we found an email and we have a login address, and if we click it, yet not found, because we do get redirected to /welcome. Awesome. So everything worked, and if we go to here, it does say you're logged in as jmagripis@gmail.com. So I should have had like more fanfare for this, because we managed to get it done. But we did get to like a page that does not exist. So let's make that page again. Let's get inspiration from the about page. Why not? We could also make it just your profile page, just for fun. You could be doing something different. Yeah, let's just make it the profile page. And SEO doesn't matter suddenly that much, because no bot is going to scrape that page because they cannot log in. So there have you and are working hard. And maybe here is where we'll have the expose of whether you're logged in or not from the main page. So in the main page again, let's see this. So login page, let's try again. We get an email. We should be getting a message saying that we sent you an email. So we're gonna add that. But we can click, we log in, and we make it to the profile page. We're logged in as this person. Great. So next, we're gonna make a message appear once the form validation has been legit. And then we're gonna change the header to only show login if you're not logged in. We're gonna change the profile to also have a logout link. Maybe I should have like separate sections for all of this here because it's quite a lot, but hey. So first things up, we're gonna enhance this form. By using a super enhanced enhance. So login page again, this form, we're gonna use the enhance action. Bring it in. So this is TypeScript, just in case we'll use it. We won't be doing anything before submission. We're counting on browser validation. And we can say if result does it have like a type? Does it have? Why is it having such problem? This is this would be an advantage of Svelte 5 in that we would be able to type this with TypeScript. Well, now we cannot, unfortunately. Oh well. But why does it know what this has? Why is this not typing it as a result object? It method gonna be right. We can use this, so all good. But I wanted to use it in this level. So if result type equals, what are the types? Success. And here we can say handle success. And maybe for business, we can say handle submit. But then I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Yeah, everything seems to be typed well. Fair enough. So if the type is success, we can have email. And we can change the email sent to result data email. This can be string or null. And here we can have a div that says we sent an email to email sent to. A few emojis, be new aids and cute. Can over-engineer these. All right, we're getting there. This could be like a toast notification as well in the future, but for now, this should be fine. Cool. And we can only be showing this if great. Oh, this is 2 paragraphs too. I see. All right, that looks realistic and kind of good. World's biggest button. Just wondering, do I still need these? It's not. Guess not. Guess yes. All right, I think we're good. I think I can add if null send to again. Great. And I should have gotten an email, like many emails already. If I was using the production one, would have trouble. Would have exhausted our quota already. So error handling, kinda. Let's see if we say, if we were to say, browser validation, we get this. This doesn't look like an email, so it's all good. But let's say that here, instead of parsing something, we got like a whatever hacksaw. See what happens. Nothing visible happens, so that's not good. So that's not that good. But I can only imagine what we got on errors here. switch to a switch case. And here, maybe we can have error. String or null. Ooh. So what does it have? Just an error, I guess. And the error could be anything. Maybe we don't even need to check it. I could be anything, but we know what it is. I guess it's this. Has a message. Unclear. So here we could do like a similar thing and say if error, we can have like a siren. Wait a minute. Made it to a strand help me, but it's not succeeding. Let's see if this indeed has an error message. Stringify there. Let's see. That has something. Just not. So that's kind of interesting. Do make it the error case, but we return a fail. And what does this say? Like if we return a fail, what can the UI do? Do we have it in like the page then? Maybe. Let's have a look what the result is. Is it never error? No, it is error. Could be failure. Interesting. All right. So fail returns a failure case. Weird. So now it's going to return the message that I had. Now I'm going to assign it to the error. And now I'm just going to render it here. And I think that's going to work. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sure. So that's the error case kind of handled. Success case still works. This in-bucket trick is really, really good for rapid development. So I think we're good to go. Let's add a logout functionality. Let's make the header only show this if we are indeed logged in. And I guess where is the session? Is it like in the page store? So here we do want an if statement again. We're gonna show the profile page link if maybe the page data session, that may be a thing. Yeah, it is great. So everything that we run from the load methods, it is available in the page store in the page data section. And so if we manage to log out, then this profile thing is gonna be removed. And what we'll actually be getting is the login page. And we can't do it with a form action again. Let's do it again to reestablish our learnings. But yeah, we'll drink some coffee here. Let's say that the next thing we're going to do is protected pages. You're logged in or not. And that should be fine. So let's say we've kind of done this. And then we'll do all the login stuff. So if you are logged in, you should be able to see your profile page. If not, you should be kicked out. You should go to the login page. And if you're not logged in, if you are logged in, you shouldn't be able to go to the login page. So you shouldn't be able to do this even manually. You should go to your profile page. So that's what we're gonna do next. Double checking if everything's going well. In the chat too. It seems like there is a lot of list items remaining, but I guess we have done a lot in the past. But this one is the thank-yous one. This one we could have separated in quite a few. First, the UI to log in. We spent a lot of time there. Then the form action, the form and the backend form action, SvelteKit form action. Then the Supabase specific stuff and the validation, error handling, and then what we're doing now, like protecting a few pages, only showing some pages if you are logged in, or only showing some pages when you're not logged in, redirecting accordingly. That's a big thing. The rest should go fast, but let's see. Let's see. So commonly, we'll have like the one place that the users can log out. If we create like a hamburger menu or something, you can have just a logout button so they can quickly log out. But why would you want that? I'm not sure. Here we'll have like a logout button. It's actually going to be a part of the form. The method is going to be post again, but now we'll have a named action just because I predict that we'll have different forms in this page. So here, I think what we should call this is question mark slash and then the name of the action. So logout, but let's double check the named form actions section. Yeah, so in the same page, if it's on the same page, it's question mark slash and then the name of the action. Perfect. And on the back end of this, I can export actions again. We can take inspiration from our login action. Just copy the default action. Export const. We are calling this logout. We won't need any form data. We will need the Supabase. We won't need any validation. No validation, none at all. And I imagine that the Supabase client will have an Auth logout. I guess they call it sign out. And here, oof, do they not remove objects in local storage? That's interesting. See if they have anything for the PKC flow. Not really. It's in the browser context. What do they do in a non-browser context? Do we have to do it on the front end? Did we add something on the hooks for this? It has a remove, but what else can we do? We do have the session here. Can we do anything fun from this? Doesn't look like it. I'm just gonna trust that it will just work even on the backend. So yeah, let's not do anything here. But again, here, let's see what happens. Ah, there you go. For server-side management, I don't. I guess they don't have it in these docs here, but they have it in the JavaScript client. Where is the Auth API sign out thing? Let's just call this and see if it works or not. If this works, we'd want to redirect. Let's redirect. To the main page. I guess we need that 303 redirect. All right, so let's press this lookout button. Everything just works. Great. I don't know why we were overthinking this. And we could be like enhancing this form too, but I think for this one we're fine, not doing anything, because it should be quite fast. I guess we could be showing a loading spinner here in the login route, since we're here. So I'm thinking idle it is going to be one of those. So it finds types. And we can say let the form state be idle. Maybe instead of success, we'll have like, it will be email string, just to be even more confusing. So we won't be keeping any of these. This should always exist. So in the failure, I say this is going to be the error, and here in the success, I'm trying to be too fancy here, maybe. Here we can say if state instance of error and here we can say else if because now we know that it is an object like an error, but it's not the error object. So things would work the same. And why am I doing all of this? Because I wanted my handle submit before returning the handle success. I guess that's not handle success. That's the callback. That's the handle eventually. Maybe I can just do it in line. Because it's also handling errors, right? Here, I want to say that the state is loading. And in the default case, say that it's back to idle and you can try again. I'm just thinking here, maybe in the error cases, do I have a different message? Yeah, I do. So that's fair enough. And I'm doing all of this because I want to show a spinner. Beautiful. All right. I think that looks decent. Oh, this is indeed huge. Oh well. Didn't seem to work. Right, in any case, we only want to show the spinner if or else if. Say it is loading or processing or whatever we said. Did we say load? Yeah. Cool. Fast. In real life, it should be slightly slower. All right, we're logged in. It's all good. Profile page, where we have a logout. Oh, you can barely see it. Oh well. We should have like an error color or something here. But hey, we'll fix it later. And we can still click, no logout. You're not logged in, you can get in here. Okay, so if you are in the login page, if you're not logged in, you shouldn't be able to see the profile page. That shouldn't work. The way we can do that is by going to the page.server for the profile page and checking the load method and see, instead of immediately returning metadata, we can check. If there is no session you want to redirect, 3 to the login page. I think that's it. What do we do in the layout server TS? How can we access this? It feels like we should be able to access this actually. All right. So SvelteKit, layout, load. In the front end one here. Oh, we have it in the data. Yeah. So let's check that actually. So in the data session, or maybe not. Oh, it's doing it again. It's reloading. Interesting. Just want to see if page load methods have access to the layout load methods that must have already run. Which I think they do. Do they just run? Are they just available in the UI? Maybe. What we have here. Parent. Let's get the session like this, and it's fine. It's a helper method after all. So locals get session. I think that's easier to understand. No session, get us to the login page. And immediately when I save this, we should get the login page indeed. Yeah, because we don't have a session because we are logged out. And we want the opposite thing. In the login page, .server.ts, in the load method, I can just copy this whole thing at the top. Now, if you have a session and you try to go to the login page, you get redirected to your profile. If I put enough brackets. Which I did. And just remember that in the about page, if I forget. Cool. So let's prove that works. Again, let's log in. Unexpected. That was unexpected. So I'll try it again. In bucket here. Wow, so it still thinks I'm not logged in. That's unfortunate. So in profile, if I have no session, get redirected to the /login page, which shouldn't be the case because I should have a session surely. Is there anything else weird? Just remove all cookies and stuff from other projects. Try one more time. Do we get any cookies from this exchange? We did, which is good. So what's up with that? So clearly we've managed to do something funky. If I don't do their direct in the profile page, do things work again? It could be that the client-side Supabase is doing some magic to finish the login flow. So that's important to check. Yeah, so it works now. So I'm not really doing the PKCE flow. It has to be that the client is doing something funky. So, So maybe in our login thing, instead of saying that we should go to /profile, we actually want to go to auth confirm, right? So let's log out, let's log in. Could it be something with the email template? It could be. Clearly we get hijacked by the Supabase client. So not sure about that, but what we'll need to do. Even though we're trying to do the backend flow, it's the frontend flow that finishes the request. And I'm not sure why. I guess, you know, it's kind of workable, but we'd love to do it backend style. Could be their direct URLs. Is it auth confirm? Auth confirm. Do we make it auth confirm? Let's double check. Too many windows. We do. So that's good. And we must not be getting an error, surely. Then we get redirected to the profile page. Oh, do we not even make it here? And we get redirected here. Is it because our thing is not, our email template is not creating the password that we want? I guess that has to be it. That may be one of the things that in real life it's gonna work. But here, no. Yeah, no token has, no type, no nothing. It does tell us that the next should be profile because we default to that. So I guess we should do something with the toml file. That should be in the Supabase instructions. Hash template. Quick Googling. Supabase local how do I take the template to be like this? Sometimes GitHub decides not to work with this. We do the in-bucket thing, that's what they're saying, but enable confirmations. It doesn't seem true. In the real project, we did do a few things. So it would allow us to use the email templates with the token has. And I imagine we need to do the same thing locally. I don't think that's true. Because we do get the magic links. Just the problem is we can double check them. Yeah, it has a token, but we don't want a token. We want a token has. So how do we change this? And in our local one, I don't think you can change the templates here. It's a limitation of the local one. So we don't have like a templates section. All right, here we go. Let's see. Important. So that's the one we want to uncomment. I'm surprised, do I not have a plugin for TOML files? I guess not. This is the one we want to customize. Let's link. And we can use the one we had here. And I guess we can call it magic link. Templates, magic link.html. And I guess it can just be this. Let's restart the Supabase server. Let's see what we do now. What happens now? So that's kind of interesting. It looked like it was working because the Supabase client was picking up the login credentials and making everything work. But we want the Supabase server stuff to be finishing up the login operation. Because that's what's going to be happening in production as well. And we're almost up to 4 hours. Wow. Almost every app needs Auth, and most people dread to do it because it's always the same things. But I like doing it. It's so important to do well. So I have hope. Send the email again. Check the in bucket. Now, is it different to the other ones? Yeah, it is. Great. So I did read our thing, and I can only hope. Oh, it worked. Awesome. Okay, so what we wanted was to ensure that the Supabase for local development is using the same sort of email that we use in real life here. Great. All right. And I guess that's it. Right, I am logged in. I can go to the profile page. I cannot go to the login page. I try manually to get there, get redirected. And if I'm logged out, I cannot go to the profile page. I get redirected to login. Sweet. So that's a cool trick I didn't know about. But templates, we need to substitute what we do in real life for the PKCE, that's the server-side flow. We needed this token has and type email to exist instead of the token that the client Supabase server would be using. All right, that's very good to know. Anything else I claimed to do, I would be doing now? Cannot protect the pages. Great. So all of what we've done is awesome. But in reality, it's not going to work for long because we're using the Supabase email service, which allows like 4 emails per hour, which is not enough, like even for demo purposes. It's likely you'll run into the limit. So we're going to use Resend to set things up. Thankfully, it should be easy. First thing we should do is verify our domain. So let's add a DNS record. Let's double check which domain I got for this. Tenexify.dev indeed. Fresh. I do have a domain problem for you guys. Just love doing realistic things. That's what I want to copy. So Resend, I've already created an account. You can create an account as well. You do need a domain, a valid domain, not like Vercel or something, to be sending the emails from. So that's a cost that you might need, but it does make you look more professional. And then it will tell you add these records. Was just trying to see if they have like a quick paste into Vercel type of thing. But here in the DNS records, I guess we'll need to add them one by one. On an MX record, common for mail servers. So one added, 2 to go. Text record. And one last text record. Can I set it to auto? It doesn't seem not a real thing. All right. So yeah, 360, why not? So I've added them. Press verify. May take a while. That's why in the agenda I did have something to do. Fake doors welcome page and custom user metadata. So I didn't specify this actually. Since we are in like waitlist mode, we can specify extra metadata for the user if we'd like to have that information stored, that this person signed up early, maybe we want to do something nice for them, maybe not. But if we did want to do that, then on our login action, we could have some metadata for the user here. So options data here. You could have something like waitlist true, like early access true, or whatever else. You can also add information that the user has added. So if you were asking for their name, which probably you shouldn't, but maybe you wanted like a more personalized email for them. But hey, I do think that you should get them in your waitlist and in your app as fast as possible. And that information that's maybe nice for you, like it's not nice for them to fill out forms. So don't ask it. But if for your reasons, you may want to keep track of who signed up still on the waitlist, you can consider adding this data object in your login flow. And when you have your real app ready, then you remove it, and then you know all these people signed up while you were still in early access or in waitlist mode. And then afterwards, it's all the people that signed up when you were already providing a service to them. Maybe nice to know. So I guess let's do it. Also, you could have a checkbox, I guess, in here saying, I want to keep updated with like marketing stuff or whatnot. So that's also something. Like it's subscribed, like whatever. Like you could sign up to your marketing lists as well here and keep that as your source of truth. To not spam them, but to convince them that you're selling something nice. Right. So why am I saying all this? I'm saying all this because I want to make this page, I suppose, more sellable. I don't have a designer or like a demo of the product yet. Maybe I'll add it offline because you see how long it takes me to do CSS. I think too much and talk too little while I'm doing it. So here we can have a proof of value or something. We can be checking if they're logged in or not. So this would be the marketing section. It could be saying hello, Paul. Thank you for coming back. Get on the waitlist today. Maybe here is where we want the ternary, actually. So slide this up, slide this down. Paul asks, what's my opinion on relatively new SW devs? Just getting started. And can I explain the ETL process and batch processing, please, so I can get a little more insight? I don't know what SW devs are. Is it like software devs? And I love them, especially love them if they are career switching from something not engineering related. So sometimes they used to run charities, maybe they were PMs, product managers or product owners. When they make it into the engineering side, I just love it. These are my favorites. Even though I love all of them, I love everyone starting out. It's scary to start out into a new thing, no matter if you're younger or older or anywhere in between. But I particularly have a weakness for those that have career change, because usually it means you had a career that you've been doing for a while and you decided to jump ship somewhere else. That's especially scary. So even more respect and love for those people. Yes. So tremendous respect, really, for early starters in software dev. I think if you've managed to hang on for a few years, then, you know, it's all right. You're definitely one of us. You still get respect, but let's respect it. I do think it's one of the jobs where the more you do it, the more you're into it, the easier it becomes. It's easier to absorb how things get done in reality as you do the job than it is in other fields. Like, you automatically get better, I think. So the more you're into it, the easier it becomes. The start is the hardest bit, and getting hired is the hardest bit. That's why I want this SaaS app to be trying to solve that problem in particular. ETL processing, batch processing, I think ETL. So is that like event related? Like there is too many acronyms in my head today. Batch processing, I suppose there are things, many services, especially today, where we use edge functions and lambdas, are short-lived. They cannot take too long to finish. So if you have a mailing list with 10,000 customers, that process may take 2 hours to finish, depending on how your code is written. And that's something that is not possible with most of the lambdas, because they time out in like 5 minutes maximum. And in that case, you'll want to batch, like you want to split up the workload to happen in chunks of like 50 emails or 20 emails. Exact transform load, yeah, that seems like a thing. I will not be able to explain it today. But batch processing essentially is processing a finite amount of items, a smaller amount of items at a time, instead of just seeing how many items are available, like 1,000, all right, I'll get on it. 1 million, I'll also get on it, and then get a timeout. There are those cases where you need to chunk things up in order for the process to finish in a specific amount of time. But even that is tricky, because sometimes you will get race conditions, sometimes you will want an email to go out at a specific time. But what if you're batching the process and you try again in like 5 minutes and it's like the millionth email? It gets trickier, but it's an interesting subject. Yeah, so processing specific data from the application, data service to offline, as an example. Yes, that's when you'd very often need to batch those processes up, because if you have lots of users and lots of data, this will take a long time to process and get through. There are lots of ways to solve this, event-driven systems as well, queuing up things. AWS has like maybe, I don't know, 5 dozen services that just do a similar thing about batch processing. And that's a big maze to navigate. Maybe if we weren't like 4 hours in the stream, I'd be able to come up with a wiser answer than this. But speaking of 4 hours in, let's see if our domain is verified. It is! Great! So that's awesome. Order. And here with the commands, let's wrap these in strong tags. Seems like this didn't quite work as I wanted. All right, did work in the end. This can be a nice like partner carousel where you can see the logos of partners. This here, people we've worked with. Pilot tried to help once again and failed miserably. I tried to change this into a link. That's not what I wanted. All right. So this button doesn't look great, but we'll fix it. So let's just make it like a button. Sure, a bit more obvious. Let's steal the same trick. Does this do nothing? Maybe. better button. We have a bit of a fake door space. It's fake doors because, I guess it's not really fake doors because we tell them to join the waitlist. We could be saying sign up today, and then only at the end reveal that we don't have a product yet. But I guess we'll do it this way for now. And we are adding the custom user metadata for the waitlist. If enough people sign up, we may need to do batch processing to send them emails to check back into the app and see our first product in the following weeks. All right, so we have done lots of stuff. Got some logs here, don't need them anymore. We have done the custom domain validation, and I've been waiting for this just in case it took too long. Now we want to do the Supabase integration. I think it's on the Supabase side that we can go with something. Let's look at the docs. Oh, it is here. Integrations, connect to Supabase. There you go. Jonify Tech YouTube, that's our project. Don't want to do a lot, but that's fair enough. Just switch this here, just in case they saw something naughty. It didn't. All right, so back to the Supabase dashboard. This should be done for us. It filled out all this stuff, looks correct. So now we should be sending emails with Resend. And there is only one way to find out. And that's by using the actual Supabase database. So here on the production one, you can see that we have no users. I will try to hit that one. Next. But for that to happen, we'll need to update our environment variables. And for that, I will need to hide into this screen. And I will just remain my .temp.local to .temp.local.back or whatever. So it won't get read because it has a different extension anymore. And it will read my .temp file. Now we should be talking to this production database, not the local one. So if I try to log in, you can see it does take a while because it's a real thing. And then I just need to open my email, I suppose. And indeed, I do get an email from team@10xify.dev and confirm your sign up and confirm your email. And I can click that link or copy the link and paste it here. You can see it tries to get me to production because I guess I haven't whitelisted the local domain. So that's good to know. So authentication, URL configuration. I did add this one, localhost 5173. So why did it try to get me on that other one? Do we need double globe patterns? And also this should also be Auth confirmed. Let's add that one. You get there. So we are talking to the real one, but we didn't manage to hit this URL. Let's add these two and see if that changes anything. Maybe we need like more stars, who knows. Sign up login again. We are getting emails, which is like the big thing. The IT is trying to get me to the real website. But why? All these should just make it work. Let's try make this work just for now. Try once more. So again, so now that I've updated this, it does go to localhost. But because my email has expired, it doesn't quite work. All right, let's try it here. So sonifiedtech@gmail.com, sign up, login. Get an email here. You can see it's from team@10xify.dev as we set up on Resend, and this one is on the correct localhost one, and we do manage to log in. We're logged in correctly. I was trying to like copy the link from somewhere else, but the moment you kind of preview this link, then the token gets exhausted because Chrome is trying to be too clever. with this, Gmail and Chrome. But you can see that it is indeed working. We have a different login page here. About page is the same. We can see our profile. We cannot go to the login page. They're direct to the profile page. If we try to go to login, we cannot go to the login page when we're logged in. If we log out, we get logged out. Back here, we can go to login, but we cannot go to the profile page. I'm not sure why the redirect URLs do not work. I do find I have had this problem before with Supabase. Does it need like more stars? Maybe. How many stars do I need to add here? We'll try one more. Just for fun. You see that it tries to get me in the production one. I think the Vercel deployment is gonna work. And I guess for local development, we do have the local server, so it's not the end of the world. But it is something that I have reached out to Supabase and they haven't fixed or told me what am I doing wrong. Unclear. But in any case, you can see that we do have 2 users and they've both confirmed their emails. They have made it to the users table with a name, with a null name. Maybe if we log in with a social provider, we will have a name pre-filled there, but now with Magic Link, of course, we didn't ask for their name. So all that is good. And because this is a linked profile, can we jump to the related user? They do have a way to jump there. Oh well, doesn't really matter that much. What I wanted to do next is confirm we did this, we kind of did this, deploy with Vercel and see how that works. So I also wanted to go back to the authentication URL configuration and remove the local host stuff anyway. Like for local host, we're using the dev server anyway. But let's see if the Vercel deployments are gonna work. Which the instruction said, if we do this, they will work. One way to find out. Do we have anything remaining here? Not really. Let's talk version control. GitHub is the winner now. When I started my engineering career, it wasn't the clear winner, believe it or not. But it is what it is. And I'll add this to the Zonify project. So I'm gonna create a new repository here, just call it SaaS, and add it to the Zonify organization. Do we have anything nice for the README? This is gonna be a private repo for the first time ever, just as part of the SaaS plan. And because those domains, they won't be paying themselves. And let's create this one. And let's push all the code we have here to this project. Pushed 42% Svelte, almost 43. Bit of JavaScript with the theme toggle, I guess, and some Postgres stuff, CSS, HTML. It's cool that it can identify Postgres for the migration, and TypeScript. Cool. So we have this. Let's see if Vercel can deploy this project. Actually, but maybe not. Let's add this. Right, so this organization will be easier to add things to. SaaS, 1 minute ago, it's deployed. It wants to create a team. Oh no. More money. Do we need this? I guess. Fair enough. 14 days to get signups. And that's how they get you. After so many years, that's how Vercel will finally get me individually. And we do want some environment variables. So I will get this over here along with my code, just to copy and paste the .env, which is a cool feature that they have. You may just paste your .env and it will add the environment variables nicely. This is the code again. And this is the deployment. And let's see if we'll get some confetti. Should be relatively fast. And then I think we're gonna call it a stream. We did actually make it. Amazed. Confetti? Yay! Grand success. Big success. All right, so question is, oh, this is not a deployment preview, so we won't answer that question today. I guess we could make even this one be accepted, SaaS Perl beta. So this project, domains, I want to attach a domain to this one. Can I change what this is called? Can I call this the Nexify? I'll do this later. Definitely want the Nexify.dev. And I want to add the Nexify.dev and redirect www to it. I don't know why this is still recommended. Fewer letters. Are better. Oh, another Vercel account, which is actually my account. Fair enough. I did forget to change the owl, unfortunately. Should have bought this from the other domain. Just organization problems, it would have been faster without doing this. Settings, domains. They want this challenge to be done. This is the value. Name is this. And it's a text record, and the time to live doesn't really matter. And we're gonna add that. Valid. Great. Anything else to change here? Probably not. So let's see. Can I go to the next file.dev? Indeed. Let's see if the login flow works for real. Get on the waitlist today. Huge letters for your email. Sent you a link. It did send me a link. Logged in. Bam. Awesome. There is some stuff that were on the bonus stream, like an input field for what you'd like us to call you, for example, for emails, or how you introduce yourself at the start of an interview. Like I say, I'm Johnny, but you may be saying something else. You may be saying your full name. Maybe your full name is 10 names, because not everyone is European or from the Western side of the world. So we want to be respectful of that. And even Europeans can have some unexpected names as well, like Jos Edward III. So looks like things worked. Version control, deployment with Vercel, we did it. Deployment to the organization was a bit trickier. I'll see how I'll get around that one. And I did have this as a bonus. We did have the login with GitHub as a bonus, but given we're like almost 5 hours in, I think I'll call it a day, and I will do the favicon offline. I am using this tool lately to base my stuff out of. You may have noticed it in the SvelteKit advent of Svelte stream, and even the owl. I use this tool to generate it, and I'm thinking for this as the favicon and the avatar. It's kind of fun, but I will do it offline. I do think profile page. Let's talk about that here. Oh, not here. Here on your profile page, we will ask you what you'll be called. That's going to be part, I strongly think, of our USP. We'll be using your name to help you draft or script what you should be saying, how you should be answering a question. Tell us a little bit about yourself. So it was just going to be one more SvelteKit form. So it would be similar to the login flow. But maybe offline you can see if you can reestablish your learnings by implementing that. And for this series, it is going to be a huge series. So you see these items, but each one of them is likely to be a separate stream. It's like a module if this were a course or a whole subject. So we have done a bit of Playwright today just because we piggybacked on the other project that already had Playwright set up, but we will actually flesh out the smoke test and test the login flow and what a user is able to do as well. Maybe against the real deployments, maybe against local deployments. We'll discuss that, and we'll discuss various testing methodologies. Then we'll be doing more with our actual SaaS USB. I debated with myself about this, whether this should be a real world app, in that this is an app that people may actually be signing up and using, or should this be an app that allows you to plug and play your own ideas so you can create your own SaaS more easily and have something like, a to-do list manager as an app, which no one would be subscribing to this app in particular, but maybe that's enough where the code would be what you need to implement your idea and wouldn't get in your way. But I think I've arrived to a place where it's a bit of a mix of both worlds. I think this is going to be an app that people could be signing up for, and also something that you would be able to substitute your own ideas and plug and play your own SaaS model in. So we'll be doing that in a stream, and then we'll be doing the fun Stripe part, which is going to be, we're going to have a free tier where maybe we only allow you to keep notes on like one company you're applying to or something like that. And then if you want to keep notes on 2 companies or 3, then you'll need to subscribe on a monthly basis or annual basis. And if you want to keep notes on like 10 or 50 or 1 million companies, then you'd need our Super Pro Enterprise plan. So free, Pro, Super tier, I guess. Classic model nowadays. Clear upsell, you get people in for free to see that you do have a very useful tool, and then if it's useful enough that they need to work with it more, they pay you more. They actually pay you. That's fair enough. That's honest work. And of course, that's just one part, offering that model. Then you need to offer a way for users to be able to either be upsold, ideally, and get an even more expensive subscription with even more features, or cancel and wave goodbye to your product. And then we may actually have some features where are like bespoke, like click here and then you get free consultancy, not free consultancy, like pay £200 and you get a personally drafted message for you, or something like that, because that's also sometimes used. Sometimes you get like a quota, or you'll have a set amount of tokens and you can buy 10k worth of tokens in one go. That's something that people want to know how to do, so we'll do that. We will look into how to deal with super access, which very often you need. Supabase recently added a user impersonation feature, which is also very useful. Sometimes you have a customer support team and it's very, very useful for them to be able to impersonate the user they're on the call with. They are able to like sort some things out in their account if they're having trouble. So we may be looking into that. Even if we don't use a super impersonation feature that's super new, we will see how you can use an admin service role to take care of a few things and a few loose ends. We'll see whether we'll be automating migrations. Currently now we run a script even today to push a migration to production. Maybe we'll want to automate that. Maybe we'll want this to happen at the end of the continuous integration, continuous delivery pipeline. We'll see. I'm not sure. I've had many discussions about this, like who should be running the migrations in many companies, and the opinions differ. Usually, like I think everyone agrees, like it's not Johnny that should be running the migrations, but some people say that it shouldn't be the CI/CD thing. So in some companies you have like an indirect sort of feature where the CI/CD has a button that you click that Johnny clicks and is able to run the migrations, and somehow that makes people feel more safe. I don't know. But we'll also be tackling internationalization, localization, as we often do, and then see what we can do to like make the whole app better, what are things to improve. That's my current plan, that's the current curriculum. Let me know. This is a lot of stuff, so we'll be here for a while. Let me know if you'd like to see me cover something in greater priority or lower priority, or something brand new that doesn't seem to be in the pipeline. All right, so that's the series overview. Hope you've enjoyed today. Like I do think we did quite a few things that were like bam, 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 we did it. We did a few things that were like, oh, we need to investigate this a little bit further, but we did get everything done in the end. I would have loved to do these few things again, but hey, that's always what the next stream is for, even though I would be dropping, I guess, the favicons and stuff, since I kinda talked about how I'm gonna do them. It's not that exciting. All right, 4 hours, 51 minutes in. Last call for questions, chats, or else I'm gonna wish you a very, very happy Friday evening and amazing weekend. Sweet. Thanks everybody for joining and coding along with me, watching me code, or having me on the background. A special thanks to people in the chat and the Discord. All your support means a lot to me, and it's why I do it. I do want some validation that these things are helpful, because I always have fun, but I have even more fun if people are learning along with me, or eventually learning from what I'm doing. I have to wish you a lovely evening, an amazing weekend, and I'll see you on Tuesday. Goodbye.